Hi, Sir Rob.
Ah,
Kumusta?
Hi, hello po. Good morning, Ma'am Beng.
Hi, Rolian po.
Hi. Hi po.
Pasok pa po si Sir Emmy.
Okay.
Siya may hawak ng 8 on. Hi, Sir Rob.
Hi, Sir Ems. Oh, may mask pa kayo, sir.
Tanggalin ko, wala akong kaharap dito.
Okay.
So, lang, Sir, ha? Ano ko lang si Mamay. Si Sir Rob kasi, si Sir Rob,
Yes.
si Sir Junie, doon siya sa, ano niya mo ngayon, mag-tech run sa kanyang shop. At saka si
Okay.
Sir Malabar. Kasi may OTOP kasi sila ngayong umaga. So, nagja-juggle din sila. But anyway,
Okay.
si Sir Junie man yung mag-control ng nung sa, sa presentation mo, if ever.
Okay.
So, pero so far, sir, okay naman ang mo? Okay naman yung signal mo dyan?
Yeah, okay naman. Nag-practice ako yesterday with a few of my friends, so okay naman.
Sige.
I have to practice.
Ha?
Yeah. Ano yan, sir?
Tawagan ko lang po si Sir Junie sandali.
Okay, okay.
Sir June? Sir Junie?
Sir Ems, I mean,
Okay.
ina po.
Wala pa si
Sir
Sir
Jun.
Jere?
Pero Sir Ems, pero disabled po yung share screen ko ha.
Ha?
Naka-disable po yung share screen. Naka-disable po yung share screen ko. Ayun,
Naka-disable pa ang
co-host
share
na po.
screen mo?
Okay na
Okay,
po,
sir,
naka-co-host
co-host
na ako. Opo, okay. That's good, that's good.
It would be yun.
Wala. Ay, may forward din ako kay Sir, ano she?
Mag-share screen na po ba ako ngayon? Not yet.
We're just waiting for Mamay. She said she's on her way here now.
Okay. Sige, sir.
Sige po. Sir Rob, may we
Yes.
know po which part of the slideshow po kung saan we play yung videos?
Okay,
Ay,
the
okay.
first, yeah, the first slide, after yung title page, the second page, that's where the video is. And then yung picture ni Leonard Terrasobata towards, I think, fourth to the last slide. Doon may video.
Okay.
You click on the pictures. Yeah, yes, sir.
Sir, can I try, kung tama ba yung placement ko ng, ng video? I-try ko ngayon. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you po.
Sir, try ko po ngayon, sir. Sharing screen.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Can everyone see my screen na po?
Yes,
Yes
Sir
po.
Jun.
Okay. Tama po ba?
Yes. Walang
Marinig
sound.
ba siya? Walang sound?
Walang sound.
There.
Okay.
And then,
Okay.
tama po yung sequence.
Tama. Tapos yung susunod na video is yung ano. Yan. That's where the next video is. Yan.
Okay. And then,
Okay. And that's it.
okay.
Okay.
There. All right.
Thank you, Sir Jun.
Sure. Thank you po, sir.
Actually, we can start with Sir Rob siguro while waiting for Mamay.
Yes po,
Anyway,
Sir Ems.
yeah. Kasi Sir Rob is here na para he can also rest. We
Uh,
can do our program tech when Mamay is here. But for now, let's have ano muna kay Sir Rob just to ano lang.
are we going to do this as if I'm giving the lecture already or just ano lang, run through?
Actually, run through lang siya, sir. So, like,
Okay.
para at least Sir Junie lang will know when to change your slide if ever. Or
Okay.
a cue from you for him to to change.
Siguro
his-
I will mention ano lang, next or press. Kasi there are animations there that, lalabas lang siya because, to ano lang hindi siya one time lang na naka-flash.
Okay, sige. So I think that's that's good to raise now. para ma-instruct lang si Sir Julie din.
Also, sir, question lang. Are we allowed to ask questions sa ating mga audience or wala? I mean, dire-diretso lang.
After your session,
So there will be a question and answer.
yes, that's right.
Okay. So no questions na lang. I could just throw the question, but they will just answer it by themselves na lang, and then later we will come back to
Okay.
it.
You have questions if ever.
Like yung first video, di ba? Parang mga reflection
Okay.
guide questions, something like
Yeah.
that.
So we have to, sige, we will inform Mamay. So let us know ngayon, anyway, when we run through your slides, which part would you be asking specific questions so that, Mamay can also advise the participants to, to ask questions. Kasi dalawa yun eh. It's either they will raise their hands or they will just type it doon sa chat box.
Yes. Do I need to open the chat box, no? During our,
Just in case, para lang, you will know also if there are specific questions that you would like to answer. Otherwise,
Okay.
you will wait until your talk is done. And that's the time
Okay.
you will answer all the questions that will be raised if ever.
Okay.
Oo.
Yeah, noted, sir.
Okay. So, sige. So, Sir Junie?
Okay. So, share screen po.
Okay. Okay na?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'll just give my introduction of a little introduction lang about the foundations of arts and design with regards in using the elements and principles of art in creating new products or services. And then before that, we will have a short video first, springboard our discussion this afternoon. Next slide. Okay, so from this short video, how are we going to use elements and principle of art? Basically, that's what we're going to talk about. But it also would talk about cultural sensitivity. It actually focuses on cultural appropriation. And I want you to look into beyond the topic that's given. I want you to look also on the elements and principles of art. Okay, play the video.
This Amazonian tribe inspired the latest high-end collection by the Brazilian sportswear brand Osklin. Is it
Okay, next
inspiring
slide.
Okay,
or is it
okay,
exploitative?
next.
It is,
Okay.
in the strictest sense,
Okay. Okay. So some just quotable quotes from the video. Sharing lang. If ever we do projects, it must be something common for all. I mean, especially if we collaborate to cultural communities. Next slide. But let us look also into how Oscar Masaman was able to get inspiration from the tribe. What was he looking at when he went to the Amazon? What was his basis? So what you notice, it started with this simple element. The first one is line. So if you look at the face of one of the natives of that tribe, you'll be able to see there are symbols on his face, and it's actually basically lines. Next. Ano lang, run through lang. Also, the next one is shape and form, basically. Press lang, sir. June. And form. So when we talk about shape and when we talk about form, this basically talks about shape, the triangle, and the form would be the three-dimensional approach to it. Sir, press pa, enter, yan. And lastly, I think he did mention this explicitly, color. Press. So the color, he did mention the red. The red was actually the one who seduced him, and he incorporated that one in his dress. Next slide. In another aspect, he also incorporated indigenous materials used by the Amazonian tribe. Can you guess what material this is? Okay, familiar? Okay, the answer for this one is actually from the Picaru fish. And Oscar made from the skin of Piracucú fishes, which is actually a giant fish found in the Amazon. There's actually a good story also about this fish being saved by the Worldwide Foundation. And what quality of the Pirachu dishes have? Sige lang, sir. Next slide. We actually talk about the texture presser, which is another element of design, basically. So texture would also mean materials. The materials that we use actually will invoke interest to the people. Next slide.
Sir Rob,
Yes.
may question lang ako. Do you have written script for this? May written
Actually,
script po or wala po?
Kailangan ba may
Ay,
script,
no,
sir?
no, 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 wala naman. But at least,
Ah.
ano lang din, baka yun ang pwede ko maging guided later kung kailan. Sige, but it's okay. It's okay po. This is okay po.
Okay, okay,
Uh,
okay.
I'll go with your discussion. Sige po.
Sige. Okay. So basically, when we talk about the elements of design, they are actually the building blocks of all design. Okay, all artworks, all design works or works of art will always have the elements of art. However, when we talk about design, there are some additional added elements such as point, size, as well as direction, which we're going to discuss later on. Next slide. Okay. So these are the elements of design, basically what they mean to us and how we get inspired by them. And we do have the additional ones. Press po tayo. The point, the size, and the direction. So basically, the point of interest of these additional elements or design is actually being able to occupy space or be a point of interest in a particular work, such as the work in terms of direction. Okay, horizontal creates calmness and stability. Vertical creates a sense of balance and formality. And oblique suggests movements and actions. Okay. Next slide. Now, how are we going to make use of the elements and principles of design if we're thrown into something alien to us? Sige lang, sir. Okay lang. In one of the lessons for grade 6 art that I did for DepEd before, I was made to create curriculum for grade 6 using computer. But the question is, how about learners without computers? So you have to go to the basic foundation of computer-aided designs. So what is the basic component of a computer-aided design? It's actually pixels. Yes, sir. Yeah. Okay, remember that all graphics is made up of pixels. So from that pixels, I was able to design a concept wherein the students will be able to understand computer-aided designs based on pixels. And also, if they do have a cell phone and without a computer, they can still create a computer-aided design using the characters found in the keyboard of their cell phones. So that's what we call ASCII art. Okay, so it still gives you an idea of how to manipulate the elements in such a manner that you get the grasp of the whole concept. So develop the eye to deconstruct things or experience using the elements of design, be inspired to create. So I was able to design a computer art lesson for learners without computers. Okay? So I keep on mentioning art and design. So what is the difference between the two? So at this point, we have to know what makes an artist and what makes a designer. So first, art is all about the experience, while design is finding a solution to the problem. Okay, so explain ko lang yan, sir, mahaba yan. Next slide. Okay, so after this one, we're now how to manipulate the elements. So when we manipulate the elements, this is when we combine them, this is how what we call the principle of design. Basic aesthetic consideration that guides organization for a work of art. Next slide, sir. Yeah. So basically, the elements form the vocabulary of the design, while the principle constitute the broader structural aspect of its composition. Basically, I think if you create more on the products, it just basically would invoke how it will attract your given market or the person that you're targeting to. Okay, sir. Next. So these are the principles of design. You have pattern, contrast, emphasis, balance, proportion, scale, harmony, rhythm, and movement. And also we have dominance, variety, surprise lang pa, and unity. So, again, so these are actually what it means. You can answer next. And then after explaining next. So when we apply now the elements and principle of design, we now create products. There are two types of products that we are able to create. Please take note also services. When we talk about products, it can be both a physical one and it could be also an intangible one. Okay, so when we talk about creative products, they are born out of individual creativity, skill, and talent. While cultural products may hold the same meaning, however, there are cultural sensitivities where the product is sourced from, or it could also be directly products born out of tradition and heritage of a particular place. Next slide. So these are examples of creative products, one of which you could see the work of Anne Pamintuan with her very intricate metal works to create hair. And you also have Michael Cinco, who presented one of his couture gowns in New York. You also have an adaptation of an English play into Filipino, Haring Deer. And also you have the Slippers Mojo. And why did I put Cartoon Network? Because we have lots of Filipino artists actually working in the Cartoon Network as animators. But what is cultural products? Cultural products makes use of not only our heritage and tradition, but also popular culture in our country. Sir, press nyo lang po yung ano. Yan. Ibig sabihin. Okay? So that's why we have, for example, Aranas, wherein they make use of the tradition of weaving nipa to create expensive bags. And also we have Bituing Ningning, which is a popular comic book story turned into a movie, then turned into a musical later on. We also have Filipino horror game called Nightfall that makes use of Filipino myths like the White Lady, the Tikbalang. Also, of course, PWC. We make use of our collaboration with cultural communities to create different meaningful rounds that was presented during the Miss Universe. This is also with Daffy. And also Dayo, Dayo, who's the first Filipino animated full-length features. We have also Darna, a popular comic book character. And talking about services, did you know that Hilot is also very much Filipino? So that's one of the things that we need to look into, that, you know, we do have our form of massage. Question now is, in Mindanao, do we have any way of doing healing using touch? I think that's something to research on. Also, we have the Ilocano empanada. Okay, next. At this point, we will look into Indonesia and how Leonard Terraso Barata tries to incorporate his creative culture as a designer in showing off Indonesian products a bigger market. Okay, video.
Something next slide.
Okay, next slide. Okay na. So some quotable quotes that I love from this video. It is cool now to be a designer from an emerging market, especially if you have worldly views and local sensibilities. It's very much close to what we're saying here. Think global, think local, think global, but do it local. Okay? We need to also embrace our identity and innovation as a process that starts with taking pride in investing in our own capacity. So look to our strengths so that we'll be able to create products that are within our strengths. Okay, next. Now, for consideration in making your creative and cultural products as you move forwards in your IME projects, always look into intellectual property rights and laws. You'll be surprised that sometimes we do projects and we're missing out opportunity to earn more because we're not making use of the intellectual property rights. I mean, for every product that you create, if it is something original or patentable, you earn something more from it. Of course, there is an investment of paying the IPO, but it does help not only the designer to earn further from what he designed, but also the community he might be helping. Also, research and connect to your intended market. Do not, as much as possible, don't hit your market blindly by introducing products that may not be needed at this point. But if you're a risk taker, if you could actually create those products, but look into what we call the blue ocean strategy, wherein look for your niche market. But definitely there would be a person who will buy your product, but you have to find them and connect with them. And lastly, for cultural products, look into local laws that protect cultural heritage and tradition. There are strong Filipino laws that are now being imposed. So please watch out on those. And when you collaborate, do it properly. Lastly, respect and follow specific custom of the cultural communities that you're working with, because certain things cannot be done. For example, of this particular weaving cloth that we have here in Mindanao that cannot be used as a mask. When everybody was doing a mask, they did not allow their weave cloth to be used as a mask because it is against their tradition. And we have to respect that. Okay? And thank you very much for listening this afternoon for my talk. And I hope you learned something. The floor is now open for questioning. Yay. 10 minutes ang talk ko, sir, so far, yung run through. Okay lang?
Yes po, Sir Rob.
Okay lang pa. Okay.
Sir Junior,
Yes, sir. I'm here.
questions ba for Sir Rob?
I think, so far ako wala wala. Okay na ako with that. At least alam ko kung saan ako minsan, sorry lang ha, medyo nalilito lang ako for, pero, I'll just, maybe, listen lang jud ko later sa talk. Kaya para makuha na ko ang cue ni sir. Pero so far, na ko yung idea sa cue. So, yeah, I'll just go with it.
Or
Yes, Sir
maybe
Jun.
Sir Rob can just say next or something like that.
Yeah, pwede. That's better.
Next, ganun na lang.
Oo, ganun na lang siguro Sir
Okay.
Rob para at least
Okay.
Yes po.
to be safe.
Okay.
Sige.
So, ano pang gagawin natin pa next?
Yeah, I think we're okay already.
Okay.
Oo, at least you have a feel already of the flow and
Yes.
also okay naman yung connection mo so far. So I think we're good.
Okay.
Oo, thank you very much Sir Rob for taking
Thank you everyone
time.
also.
So
Okay
at least you
po.
can
Rob, thank you so much po.
rest ka na muna
So-
ngayon.
So, what time do I enter the Zoom? 12:30?
Kahit na mga 12:45 siguro sir.
12:45. Okay.
Oo, kasi 1 o'clock
Okay.
naman yung natin na mag-start. Para we can start lang on time siguro at 1. And
Okay.
then at least if ever there's still time to extend a bit yung workshop. Kasi yung workshop parang 15 minutes lang eh. It's very
Ano
quick.
anong workshop ang gagawin ng mga
Ng mga
participants?
bata. Yesterday we met with the facilitators, one representative or two from each of the programs, and we instructed them to facilitate a discussion among their classmates kasi per program yung breakout sessions.
Mm-mm.
So they will be thinking of a product or a service idea inspired by local culture that
Okay.
will best represent their program. So kung
But
tourism
tama
siya,
lang pala. So, na-include ko siya. Na-include ko siya dun
yeah,
sa aking
that's right.
talk. Okay.
Kasi that's why
Ayun.
I went through your slides. Opo.
Good. Actually, there are mga trivias pa ako ilalagay in between. Hindi ko lang sinabi kasi run through lang naman to. So,
Yeah,
yun lang.
that's right.
Pero,
Sige po. Sige, so from the technical side lang, Sir Rob, yung ano na lang, you just say next.
Next.
You
Okay.
mention next, the word next para Sir Julie will.
Pwede po.
Oo.
Okay. Next.
Kasi
Okay.
tayo lang itong technical team. Opo.
Noted, sir.
Okay.
Sige, Sir Rob. Thank you so
Thank
much,
you
Sir
again.
Rob.
Thank you. God
So
bless.
we'll see you
Bye-bye.
later
Thank you po.
Okay, sir. See you later.
Okay. See you
Okay.
later.
Thank you, sir.
Bye.
June?
Yes po, sir.
We'll just wait for Mamay. Nagkaroon lang siya ng emergency.
Sige.
Ako, ewan ko
Okay.
si Mamay.
Sige,
Ang
sir,
always bright and beautiful.
okay, okay, nalang kay last client lang jud for today.
Sige, sige.
And
Anyway,
then after
once
this,
she's here,
fly na ko diha.
we will na her if ever, ha?
Na-feel na naman itong sabay-sabay na meeting ni Sir Emmy.
Ka, girl.
Oh, yeah. Actually, meron pa akong meeting. Meron pa akong mga what are you.
Grabe, ang sabay-sabay na meeting. Napakoy auto.
So, ganyan lang.
Wala
tayo
ako
avoid
nakapaminaw sa
the
auto.
Diyos ko, napakoy auto.
Ma'am?
Wala na ako. Enthusiastic
No.
man siya. Pasabot siya.
Nag-leave
Sige,
na ko
sige.
ha.
Okay, mag-leave ako. Sir Ems,
Wala pa rin?
patawag na lang ako, sir, ha, pag ano. Nandiyan si Mamay.
Oo, kada lang, ha? Certificate for signature. Wala pa gihapon? Forward. Ayan, meron na ito. Nasaan ba yun? Ito, ma'am, kindly check daw po. Ayan. Pa-check daw, ma'am. Ano kayo? Ma'am, okay lang kayo ng pork?
Yes, sir.
Deep fried lechon. With rice. Or sinigang na lechon solo.
Sinigaw?
Parang weird, no?
Ano na ano? Solo.
Merong sinigang na baboy with rice. You're okay with that?
Pande yan.
Yes po.
Sinigang.
Sinigang na baboy ito, hindi na lechon. Okay kayo nito? Sige. So, ito at saka si Mamay. Oh my, si Mamay ang wala. Bangus. So, si Mamay.
Sumabot si Sir June.
In a while. Nagpaano lang?
Si Mamay Pod.
Oo.
Para makonect ka na nato sila, sir.
Yep.
Stay ko lang.
Sandali. Tawagan ko si Sir J dito order for Mamay Ben. Okay. Kaya po si Mamay, no? Kabalo nagyo siya nga 10 o'clock dapat. Dapat 9 o'clock. Nag-ato na siya diri.
Pabili doon yung zipper.
Karong pagay niya nabalaan, kunabot. Sir Jade. Oh, pwede mo i-order si Mamay, Sir Jade, ng ng food niya kasi wala man dito sa sa how do you call this yung ano kaya dapat yung sa kanya sana? Oo, at wala man. Oo, meron din kasi ang i-order ko na lang for everyone sinigang na baboy with rice. Oo, pero siya wala siya, 'di ba? Dapat ano yung sa kanya? Ano yung cheesy pork? May pork eh.
Cheesy omelette.
Cheesy omelette? Wala silang available today. Try to check daw. Oh, wala man.
Meron sila, sir.
Meron dyan sa'yo?
Ano yan na Kiko at Kika Jacinto?
Ambot. Yeah, siguro, oo. Sige daw. Meron silang. Kung meron sila, sir, pwede mo i-order na lang, Sir Jade.
Pwede din, sir.
Para isang order na lang. Bali, 9 na sinigang na baboy, na Tapos, isang cheesy omelette.
Tingnan ko, sir, ha?
Oo, check daw. Okay, para ma-advise na natin.
Wala din sinigang na baboy dito.
Okay, sige. Ikaw na lang mag-order dyan sa cheesy omelette. Ako na lang dito sa sa tawag nito kay ma'am. Ayun para sa atin ba? Kumbaga. Let me check.
I-cash ko na lang to, sir.
I-cash? Hindi siguro. Ay lang, nawala naman ang sinigang na baboy. Ilang ano ba to? Jacinto lang ba? Isa lang?
Oo.
Oh, okay. So ano man, sige, ganito na lang. Ako na lang, cheesy omelette ang isa. Tapos, the rest will have what?
Ano mo meron dyan?
Breaded pork, sweet spicy chicken, bangus with tocino loaf. May iba pa bang May iba pa bang Kiko?
Yan lang.
Oh, finally.
My God, si Ong Kiko dahil finally andito na.
Release queen kaya ako.
Alas 10, madam. Dapat alas 9 andito ka na. Ano ko ba? Parang hindi ka taga-teatro.
Hindi na lang, sir. Kasi sumabay ako.
Ano pa ma? Ano kaya, sir?
Yan lang ang meron sila, sir.
Oo, so ito na lang. We'll order for, say,
Ma-wired na. Ayun na natin sa surgery para isang wire. Saan ba ako better?
you like deep fried lechon with rice? Okay lang ba? Okay lang, ha? So yan na lang. And then yung cheesy omelette. Tapos mag-extra rice na lang lahat.
Oo.
Okay, so I'll order for 9 sa deep fried lechon.
Wala lang vinegar, sir.
Ha?
Wala lang vinegar.
Sure ka.
Walang ano daw?
Walang
Wala
suka.
kasi background ka.
Walang suka lang?
Yung isa.
Ano?
May headset ka.
Isa walang, okay.
Kung baka mo malagay doon sa pack, tapos matapos.
Okay, so, sige. Tapos, ang rice naman is 10 or 8. You think?
Yes po. Ilan po tayo lahat, sir?
Pwede.
9 man.
Okay, 10 na lang.
Eight, 9, 10. Be? Okay. Ano number ni Ma'am Julie? Kadali ha? Jules. Ma'am, ano yung number ni Ma'am Julie, ma'am? Local?
155.
155? Pwede patawag dyan, ma'am?
Matuon din, sir.
Tanungin ko na siya, ma'am, magkano yung budget ni God for the food? Okay, may nakapawag.
Sir, ano ni certificate? May certificate ba sa participant?
Meron, ma'am. Hello, Sir Pao. Yes, good morning. Yes po. Actually, may tech run kami, sir, kaya merong webinar later. Yes po. Apo. Yes, sir. Actually, alam mo, sir, sorry talaga, sir, ha. I really have to, talaga kanina, unleash, kasi I'm so pissed off already. Grabe na talaga. Kasi like, the small details are being asked from me. Sabi ko, from the very beginning, it was already discussed. And then, suddenly today, katulad niyan, I really thought all the while, mag-umpisa ng construction last Saturday kasi inspection lang naman ang i-defer. Tapos, I only came to know about it today na ano pa pala ng materials, bibili pa lang. Tapos, what really made, sir, kasi sabi sa akin ni Ma'am Sina ito, ni Ma'am Marian kanina, sir, hopefully, sir, pero unfortunately, hindi ata aabot sa blessing ninyo. Imagine to tell me that. Sabi ko, oh my God, you're jeopardizing the of the school.
Sir, sa ceiling ba yun? Kumapay.
Oo. So yun ang sabi ko sa kanya kung pwede. Sabi niya sa akin 7 days daw pero hindi niya daw ma-assure and all that. Sabi ko, what the heck?
Nakapasok na ba tayo? Sa Zoom? Yung cabinet painting, sir. Sa MG building. Wala, sir. Kasi may meeting ka tapos na-forward namin sa'yo. Hindi pa na-check.
Pero sir, di ba sabi ni Sir Pihano, sir, kung ipa 24/7 sila, ipa 24/7 sila para matapos. Oo. Kasi sir, alam mo, I'm so na with this. Kasi I have so many things on my hands right now. This is just but one of those. Tapos tawag nito, DTI is really bugging me. The MOA po, sir, they cannot forward it to me unless they have the assurance that we will really be able to have it on the on time for the blessing. Oh. Na, sir, March pa andito sa atin, sir. Kaya hindi mabayaran ang suppliers nila, sir. Not unless ma-install ng suppliers, hindi nila bayaran. Oh. Yeah, that I have to arrange with them now. Kasi alam mo, talagang this has been na for how many months eh. So I have to talk to Ma'am Ma'am Zenaida, Ma'am Zenaida, just for that. Kung pwede ba sila no. So if we have to give them a date, sir, then it really has to be confirmed from our end. Opo. Oo. Sir, sandali sir ha. Kasi ang webinar will be 1 to 4. By 4 o'clock, may meeting ako sa WGSN. I don't know what time matatapos. Until what time po ba sila dito, sir? Sir, hindi din ako pwede lunch break, sir, kasi mag-tech mo kami ngayon, sir, with Mamay and 4 matapos the webinar. By 4 naman, may meeting ako with WGSN. I don't know how long matatapos yun. Kung matatapos ba siya ng 1 hour or ano. Kasi about ito sa subscription naman ng school for the trend forecasting na application. Yun na nga po, sir, oo. Kung paano kaya ito? Pwede ba, sir, ganito na lang, sir, before 11, kaya weekly lang? How much time do we have ba, sir, for that? Oo. Sige, sir. Okay, sige. So, mga 11:45 kaya, parang ganyan? Oo. Andito na ako sa President's Office, sir, kasi andito lang kami Oo. Sige, sir. Puntahan nyo na lang ako, sir, if ever. I will not call you na lang kasi baka mawala na yun sa isip ko. Sige, sir. Thank you. Yun mo, pwede naman palang gawin. Asan sabi ni ma'am? Ano yun, ma'am? Ha? Oo. Oo.
Diba? Eddie. Oh. Tapos wala pa ang movie na check. Sir, mo niya, may forward daw. Sir, react yata, sir, ano yung understand has informal meeting earlier today to discuss the proposed classrooms for the event diploma program.
Kasi ano dito ang ini-insert dito, yung magkano yung cost nila para sa ceiling nito sa MG201. Hindi ka lahat ng tatlo. Yun yung ano, so kasi ang BBT ko kasi sa kanila, kung last time was 75,000 something ata for 3 rooms. MG
Pero sa isa lang. O ngayon, saan yun?
Yun sabi ni Sir, nagawa nila ng tawag ko ng cost estimate ko it. At siya na mag-request.
So, hindi pa rin maka-approve ni sir. Remote yung hindi ka kami ba?
Yung sabi ko yung mga Anma, sabi ko pa, si Sir Ray, paano yung sa akin piliin? Si Sir Ray na mag-posting because isang room na lang. Siya din nag-promise na hindi kami that time na siya magbigay. Kasi nagbukasan ang sabi na mag-cost estimate at saka request. Kaya na-piss off talaga ako na for ilang days, hindi sa akin. Lalo na kanina. And yun na nga, nalaman ko na ano pa lang ng materials. But ang katakanan na yun, hindi pa nag-sign dyan sa certificate, di ba? May procurement na sila ng materials na bukas wala, hindi nyo. Ang bot, kung saan na. Basta ko nagbuto si Sir Tito karon. Nag-transact na sila, wala pa siya. Yan yung sabi niya yung last meeting namin.
Oo nga, kinakaya yung mga circumstances na anak.
Sabi niya, bakit nag-transact na daw na wala pa yung approval niya. So ngayon, ito na naman case na to. Hindi ba si Sir Paolo dapat makausapin if ever na?
Kasi Sir Paulo, wala din ka idea. Think forward lang ba yun na sa iyahan?
Hindi na yung kasi. Kailangan mo magkano sa system. Ay, basta nagyaw-yaw ako sa kanina. Uy, ako'y labot. I really don't care. Andiyan na ba sila, ano? Sige, mag-ano na tayo. Ako naka-order. Ay, sinong tawagan? Kasi kailangan pala natin ng drinks. Meron ba itong drinks? Gani.
Day. 23 months. 20 on or before ang 20 na registration. Ano ba ko? Kaya will appreciate Friday registration on or before.
194 pala talaga din.
Sikat ang nagkakilapit kasi ba?
Wala. Anong number? 155 si Mama, ano no? Julie? Paano daw ba?
Wala sila katubang, may katawagan.
Kaya kung wala ganun, balik dito sa Jollibee. Asa na ba ito?
Easy recall number.
Sir Emily,
Ma'am Jules, magkano ganun yung budget natin for lunch?
3, yung sabi na ang snacks by 3, yung sabi ko sa iyo kagabi.
Kasama na ang snacks 3,000.
Yes po, kasi yung 500, binili ko ng coffee.
Okay. Kasi sige, ang problema ko lang ngayon is the drinks kasi 2,000 something itong i-order. Yung drinks na naman, pwede ba tayo magpabili ng drinks?
Ano man yung batag man, sir, ay magtingin ako doon sa labas kung pagkano ko lalat bayaran para ma-budget ko. Yan dyan
Kadali
sa
ha.
yung
Basta
order mo.
just for the
Food.
for the food. Yan lang. 2,005.90.
2,590. Sige, yung sobra, ibili ko ng soft drinks.
Oo, tapos yung snacks this afternoon pa, ma'am.
Yes po.
Oo.
Anong snacks mayang hapon?
Isipin daw natin, babe. Kung mag-Jollibee tayo.
Sige lang, sir.
Oo.
Sige lang, sir. Unahin ko muna yung lunch.
Sige po. Basta 2,000 and 2005.90.
Ang lunch to
2,005 005.90.
Okay.
Oo.
Tapos ilan ka bottle na Coke? Ano ba, Coke?
Sige, dalawa or ano?
Ha?
Dalawa, 2 bottles?
Oh my God, ano ka?
Hindi, sir. Hindi pwede papasukin yung ano sa dapat naka-individual. Yung by piece, dali, sir.
Sige, 10. Kabuok.
Wala ko naman sa
Okay.
Ay, hindi ka nag-soft drinks, ma'am?
Water lang ako.
Sige. So, 8 na lang siguro. 8 lang, 8. Oo. Pwede i-mix Coke and Sprite siguro, ma'am. Kung maliliit.
Sige.
Oo. So,
Sige,
i-order ko na to, ha?
Okay.
Okay, sige, ma'am.
Sige, bye-bye pa.
Wala si Kenji na hindi ko siya tinawagan, ma'am. Nandun lang siya sa library.
Bakit payment failed?
Mauubusan na ako ng load eh. Iniisip ko
Gosh.
kung mapuntahin sa ikaw. Hindi naman. Ano na siya, meron na kami pinag-usapan na gagawin. Anong gagawin? Hindi, inaano ko lang. Parang picture, may siya, pwede yung picture. Parang, sa messenger na lang. Kaya nga, lahat ng may messenger. Ay, hindi pala. Oo, can be sanctions.
Bakit ito mag-fail siya? Mag-fail man. Uy. Mag-Jollibee na lang tayo, ma'am. Uy.
Ano ba?
Mag-fail man. Di ba? Tawagan ko na si Ma'am B. Sa mukhaan niya sa uy. Pero okay, mamay, kung if ever sa Jollibee sa'yo, anong ano mo?
Ang food ko?
Ha?
Ma'am Jules. Oo, kasi sorry ha. Hello there, everyone. Wala. Sinong wala? Si Junie? Wala? Ah? Sir Junie kasi ang ang tawag niya crucial.
Di ba meron sila ngayon?
Yung nag-multitasking din sila.
me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, darling, kiss me. Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You were all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you. Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you. In other words, I love you.
I'm going under, and this time I feel there's no one to save me. It's all or nothing, really got a way of driving me crazy. I need somebody to heal, somebody to know, somebody to have, somebody to hold. It's easy to say, but it's never the same. I guess I kinda like the way you numbed all the pain. Now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you love. I'm going under, and this time I feel there's no one to turn to. This all or nothing way of loving got me sleeping without you. Now I need somebody to know, somebody to heal, somebody to have, just to know how it feels. It's easy to say, but it's never the same. I guess I kinda like the way you help me escape. Now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved, and I tend to close my eyes when it hurts. Sometimes I fall into your arms. I'll be safe and sound till I come back around. But now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, and you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you love. I was getting used to being someone you love. Used to being someone you love. I can show you the world, shining, shimmering, splendid. Tell me, princess, now when did you last let your heart decide? I can open your eyes, take you wonder by wonder, over, sideways, and under, on a magic carpet ride. A whole new world, a new fantastic point of view. No one to tell us no, or where to go, or say we're only dreaming.
A whole new world, a dazzling place I never knew. But now from way up here, it's crystal clear that now I'm in a whole new world with you. Unbelievable.
For the students and faculty of tertiary education, kindly use this format for your username. Program underscore last name underscore first name. Again, for the students and faculty of tertiary education, kindly use this format for your username. Program underscore last name underscore first name. Thank you very much.
With new horizons to pursue, I'll chase them anywhere. There's time to spare. Let me share this whole new world with you.
A whole new world, a new fantastic point of view. No one to tell us no, or where to go, or say we're only dreaming.
A whole new world,
Every turn of surprise,
with new horizons
every
to
moment gets
pursue.
better.
I'll chase them anywhere. There's time to spare.
Anyway,
There's time to spare.
let me share
This whole new world with you.
Sorry. May we remind again the students and faculty of tertiary education, kindly use this format for your username. Program underscore, last name underscore, first name. Again, use this format for your username. Program underscore, last name underscore, first name. Thank you for your cooperation. Before the program starts, may we remind all the attendees of the Tapokai Plus webinar guidelines. When we attend the PWC of Davao meetings, orientations, and the likes, it is expected that all attendees should observe punctuality. The following simple reminders and etiquettes must be observed. 1. Mute your microphone. To help keep the background noise to a minimum, make sure you mute your microphone when you are not speaking. 2. Be mindful of the background noise and the activities. When your microphone is not muted, avoid activities that could create additional noise, such as walking, lying down, talking with friends, or watching movies, etc. 3. Position your camera properly. If you choose to use a web camera, be sure it is in a stable position and focused at eye level if possible. Doing this can help create a more direct sense of engagement with the other participants. No showing of legs or body. Focus the camera to your face. 4. Limit distractions. You can make it easier to focus on the meeting by turning off notifications, closing or minimizing running apps, and muting your smartphone. 5. Avoid multitasking. You will retain the discussion better if you refrain from replying to emails or text messages during the meetings or events, and wait to work on until after the meeting ends. 6. Use headsets. This is to avoid unnecessary noise. However, if there are no disturbances within your area, using of the headset is not important. 7. Use raise hands icon. This icon is used when the participants or attendees want to speak or have questions to clarify the matters. 8, use the chat box. This is to use one's question or clarifications if the participants doesn't want to speak. 9, dress appropriately. Consider that all events and meetings called by PWUC are official. Wear something that is suitable for a meeting or that looks the participants good. Not to dress without sleeves, spaghetti straps, etc. 10, show your face if the signal is okay. This is a sign of courtesy and respect. Everyone is eager to see one's face, especially during this lockdown. 11, be mindful of the activity that is going on. Everyone is expected to listen and stay with the set activity until it ends. 12, lastly, if there are noises and other distractions occur during the activity, the host or co-host will do any of the following. They will mute your microphone or disable your video camera. Thank you. May remind again the students and faculty of tertiary education, especially for those who just came in, kindly use this format for your username. Program _ last name _ first name. Again, for those who just came in, kindly use this format for your username. Program _ last name _ first name. Thank you for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending the event today. As we are about to begin, please stay tuned. Kindly turn off your microphones. Before the program starts, may we remind the attendees of the Tapo Kai Plus webinar guidelines. When we attend the PWC of Davao, meetings, orientation, and the likes, it is expected that all attendees should observe punctuality, and some of the etiquettes must be observed as what I have said a while ago. Again, a very good afternoon to everyone. To our Chancellor and COO Vicente Antonio V. Pijano III, Vice President for Finance Aida Ferry, Dean Jessie Manuta, Assistant Dean Dio Gracia Corpus, PwC administrators, our program directors and program chairs, to our distinguished guest and speaker this afternoon, Mr. Wilfredo Dexter G. Taniedo, and to our faculty, personnel, students, and other participants today, welcome to our Tapokai Plus webinar learning session by the Center for Innovation and Social Ventures, which the lecture will be about the foundation of art and design.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم فقال ربكم ادعوني أستجب لكم آمين يا رب العالمين الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين اللهم اجمع شمل المسلمين والكريستيان والأمم في مدينة دباو وسلم دائما مجتمعنا هذا بالسلم والأمن والتقدم في بلدنا هذا آمين يا رب العالمين ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على خير خلقه سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين آمين يا رب العالمين.
In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you today to praise and worship you and give you thanks for all the things you continue to provide for ourselves and our families. Father, we humbly ask for forgiveness for all the times we have offended you, when we forget to acknowledge your presence in the image of our brothers and sisters, and for moments we fail to be good stewards of the blessings you have given us. Continue to guide and protect each one of us, Lord, that we may always walk in the light of your everlasting love and mercy. Grant us, Father, with your comfort in times of distress and with your strength in times of weakness. Bestow upon us your unending grace and healing, that we may in turn become instruments of gentleness and compassion to others. We ask all this in the name of your Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, with the prayer and the intercession of our Blessed Mother. Amen.
Manama, mawantog ka. Warag po ko ilingkod ko. O Diyos, kahibulungan ka. Busa ikaw lang ang simbahon ko. Busa ikaw lang ang alagaran ko.
Sa dakong timog ng Mindanao, may isang lungsod na hinirang. Ang likas niyang kayamanan ay walang kapantay. Mga bundok, dagat, lupain, laging sagana sa pagkain. At ang magagandang tanawin, kaluan ng aliw. Mutihan, lungsod ng Davao, sa iyong paglalakbay. Sa ngiting kaunlaran, ikaw ay pagtilingkuran. Tayo'y Davaoenyo, na tapat at totoo. Pangarap ay mata mo, kaluwalhatian mo, lungsod ng paraiso. Ngunyan, lungsod ng Davao, sa iyong paglalakbay. Sa ngiting kaunlaran, ikaw ay pagtilingkuran. Tayo'y Davaoenyo, na tapat at totoo. Pangarap ay mata mo, kaluwalhatian mo, lungsod ng paraiso. Pangarap ay mata mo, kaluwalhatian mo, lungsod ng paraiso.
Okay, before we start, may we remind again the students and faculty of tertiary education, kindly use this format for your username. Program _ last name _ first name. Again, for your username, kindly do this format. Program _ last name _ first name. Once again, good afternoon to all and happy Indigenous Peoples Months. We can say that we are truly proud of our heritage, which PwC and the rest of the country are celebrating this National Indigenous Peoples Month. We know that we are all busy, and we are but thankful to all of you for taking time off your busy schedules to join us here today. We do hope you will find the lecture we have lined up for you to be fruitful and engaging. To kick off this afternoon's program, I am pleased to invite our esteemed Chancellor and COO, Professor Vicente Antonio V. Pijano III, to deliver the welcome address. Chancellor, please.
Thank you, Professor Mai Ongkiko. First of all, let me greet everyone. Have a very pleasant good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to welcome every one of you in this very important, momentous event, since it has been in the making for over a year. For most people, you're probably aware that the IME process is really a terminal requirement in PwC. It is an important course or a terminal course because precisely it allows us to create a full cycle of everything that we have prepared you to be in terms of preparation in your profession. So this work has been done over the course of the last year of many hours, many weeks, and many months to be able to get to this point that we are now moving forward in terms of how we implement the IME program. I am very pleased that Rob Taniedo will be the first of a series of speakers. We're lucky because Rob is very passionate with his work, and he is a person who really studies hard to make sure that the output that he produces is of high quality. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the members of the administration, namely Dean Manuta, Assistant Dean Diosgracias Corpus, the various different chairs and program chairs, and more especially the IME team of Emmy Ingles and his group of faculty who have labored over the last few months to really come up with a grounded approach on how IME is going to be implemented. It's a series of courses that actually creates a flavor of the type of education that PwC wants our graduate to be able to achieve. Therefore, I am quite excited to hear the presentation of Professor Rob Taniedo, because this is something that is really in the heart of the PwC educational mission, and it is in our educational approach that takes into account art appreciation in terms of our focal point of culture and heritage. So without much ado, thank you very much for spending this afternoon, and I wish that we all will take a better part of a good lesson listening from Rob this afternoon. Have a very good afternoon and welcome everyone.
Now thank you, Chancellor Pijano. Now for the overview of the program and to introduce our speaker, may we call on our head for the Center of Innovations and Social Ventures, Mr. Emmy L. Ingles. Sir, please.
Yes, good afternoon. Chancellor Vicente Antonio V. Pijano III, VP Aida Fedi, Dean Jessie Manuta, Assistant Dean Deogracia Corpus, Dr. Ray Japay, our administrators from basic education to tertiary education, our TED program directors and chairs, our students, faculty, and our esteemed speaker. Once again, good afternoon to all of us. Let me greet everyone. Happy Indigenous Peoples Month in this month of October. In behalf of the Center for Innovation and Social Ventures, I would like to welcome all of you and thank you for attending the maiden edition of Tapokai Online Learning Session Webinar Series. This is the first cross-disciplinary session from among 11 sessions in store for us between now and December. This is part of the supplemental learning sessions for the strengthening of our Institutional Management Enterprise program, which is a mandatory course for all TED students, thanks to the grant from the Commission on Higher Education Institutional Development and Innovation Program and the Creative Innovators Program Fellowship of the British Council for funding and supporting this initiative. For the information of everyone, Tapok Kai is derived from the Visayan term tapok, meaning gathering, and Kai for culture, heritage, and identity, our rallying anchor for our long-standing tradition of innovations. So today, we begin anew and refresh ourselves with our immense capacity to create and innovate. Pablo Picasso, a significant influence on the 20th century art and a personification of genius in modern art, who act as a crucible by shaping the direction of modern and contemporary art throughout his lifetime of 92 years, once said, "Every child is an artist. The problem is how to remain an artist once he grows up." Perhaps so do we. PwC of Davao, as pioneering art and culture school, have long recognized that and has continued to seek opportunities for students and faculty alike to rediscover and unleash the artist or designer within us. Creativity has always been in our Philomenian DNA, so that no matter what degree program we are currently enrolled or engaged in, the opportunity to create is but inherent, natural, or so to speak, second skin to any Philomenian. This afternoon, we are privileged to be graced by a fellow Philomenian himself who continuously engaged us with his experience and expertise as an artist and as an educator. An arts teacher and instructor for 20 years, he is a former program chair for the Painting and Visual Communication of the Fine Arts Department of Philippine Women's College. He holds the Deputy Director position for the Asian Artists Alliance in Wuzhou, China. He has worked and is still working with the Department of Education Central Office as consultant for the alignment and review of the art curriculum of the K-12 program, of which he has also served as a national trainer, curriculum writer, and resource person. He has done numerous group shows and solo exhibitions. He has studied sculpture at Accademia del Giglio in Florence, Italy, and during the early months of the pandemic, he helped organize an art fundraiser for frontliners, 2 online exhibitions, and currently establishing La Herencia Art and Events Pavilion in Davao City. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming back to PwC of Davao, Sir Wilfred Dexter Rab Taniedo. Nakamute. Pwede?
Good afternoon, everyone, again. Thank you for having me this afternoon. There's not much formal introduction, but thank you very much, Sir Emmy, for a very heartwarming welcome. So I think we will start this afternoon by knowing the fundamentals of the Arts and Design program. Sir June, could we already start? Okay. So the first part of our talk this afternoon is a video that I usually use in my class in the senior high school arts and design track. It actually talks about cultural appropriation, but we're going to use this one as a springboard in knowing the elements and principles of art. So can we start the video, sir?
So Rob, let's just wait a little bit.
Okay.
There's just some technical glitch, but
Okay.
Sir Jun is already fixing it so that we can show your presentation. a little bit better. So I think here it is.
Thank you, sir. Okay. So basically, this is based from an actual thing that happened about 2016 ago. Oscar Mestavid used local designs from an Amazonian tribe, and he did it properly. Okay.
This Amazonian tribe inspired the latest high-end collection by the Brazilian sportswear brand Asklin. Is it inspiring or is it exploitative? It is, in the strictest sense, cultural appropriation. The term has caught fire online as a way to shame creators who borrow from cultures other than their own, often in pretty insensitive, sometimes even racist ways. But borrowing in itself is not a bad thing.
Evaluating Oscar's work, there really is tremendous transformation. We can say, here we have an artist, not merely a cultural tourist or a collector.
Susan Scafidi literally wrote the book on cultural appropriation. She says that Asklin is showing a model of how it could be done right.
If I do a project, it must be something common, sharing values, sharing vision, sharing the economics, sharing things.
Metsavat is a UNESCO ambassador who's had a relationship with the Ashaninka tribe in the Amazon for years. He's helped build a school, befriended their shaman, and even designed a new logo for them. On his recent visit, he emerged with concepts for his 2016 spring fashion line. He didn't copy designs, but he was inspired by them.
That red of their tattoos, it's a beautiful red. Things that seduce me and make me in an emotional way, they create already an image in my mind.
At the business end, Asklin's new collection is structured the way many artist collaborations are. The tribe will receive royalties from sales of the clothes.
I think it was a great balanced work between us.
It's not fair to ask any culture to freeze itself in time and live as though they were a museum diorama. Culture is fluid, culture evolves, but it should go both ways with respect.
When cultural appropriation is done right, everyone can benefit. One of the Ashaninka leaders said that Asklin's collection helped share their environmental message with a much wider audience. In modern global society, we're often exposed to all kinds of cultures. That's something to celebrate. It's often the way great art happens. It would be a huge mistake to shut that out.
I was in the Amazon, I had that experience, a metaphysical experience and a cultural experience. Those things get embedded in you. This is the magic of style. It's the magic of art. It's the magic of the design.
Thank you very much. So basically, it talks about cultural appropriation. It's actually something negative nowadays, but actually it's not. Cultural appropriation is making use of other cultures' culture and make it your own. But if it's done properly, actually it's quite good. But if it's not done properly, you actually disrespect the culture. So basically, that particular clip showed us of doing it properly with much respect to the tribe, and there's a shared commonality. So some notable quotes from the video that I really love sharing is, number one, if you do something for that particular work, sharing is really a thing, basically shared vision, shared economics, sharing things. Also, you don't simply copy design, you just get inspired by them and then do something from your own. Also, when we look at culture, we cannot just freeze it in time. That's why we have this concept of heritage. I have to put this in because here in PwC, we really are into culture, heritage, and even identity. So if there's something that we need to learn about culture, it's evolving. So expect something will always change in time. However, heritage is something that keeps us grounded and also makes us identifiable of who we are. So there has to be a certain balance to these three that makes us better in doing our work. Also, when cultural appropriation is done right, everyone can benefit. As I mentioned a while back, if there is common goals, common visions, sharing economics, everybody benefits. No one is maligned doing the work. Also, in a global society, we're often exposed to all kinds of culture, and that is something to celebrate. It's nothing to shy away. because it is in this clash of cultures that we're able to create great art and leap forward into the future. So it's a huge mistake. Shut it out. Let us not divide among ourselves, but rather we blend in together so that we can move forward as human beings. Now, going to our talk this afternoon, sir, next slide. We will use this clip as a springboard to the fundamentals of. So my first question is, what elements did Oscar technically use in his inspiration from the Ashaninka tribe? I want us to look into what he made use of, and you'll be surprised that it also leads to some basic elements, simple elements, and yet it was converted into something very creative and very useful for both the designer and the tribe. So the first one that he was sir, lines, could we just press? And then, of course, you have your shape, the one that forms in a 2D format, also form, and lastly, color. In fact, in color, he did mention that he got seduced by the red tattoo that this particular tribe are making use of. See, very simple things, line, shape, form, color, things that we learn from our preschool days, and yet they mean something if they are used properly. Okay, if you look into the dress that he was able to create based from the tribe's color, you'll see how very graded it is, very contemporary, and yet grounded in terms of the way it was inspired from. Next, the other from line, shape, form, and color, we could also look into the materials that he was able to use. Okay, so could you guess what this particular material is? Very, I mean, it looks like an alligator, but you'll be surprised. It actually comes from the Piracuru fishes, which is actually a very big fish that you can find in the Amazon. Yes, there are actually fishes skin or fish skin rather that we could use as a potential leather. And they were able, the story of the Piracuru fishes is also a success story. They're nearly extinct at a particular time during the 2000s, but the World Wild Foundation was able to revive these fishes and became a sustainable potential business for the local people of the Amazon. So they were able to and lately, I was able to discover, did you know that tilapia fishes can also be used as potential leather? In fact, in Indonesia, they were able to create wallets out of it. So these are things that we look into, the materiality. And when we talk about materials, if we go back to the elements and principles of art, next slide, you'll be surprised, we are actually talking about texture. Okay? So when we look at this, texture makes everything actually very interesting. That differentiates it from the cow leather, from the alligator leather. There's a certain delicateness that is specific of fish leather that makes it more interesting. In fact, they said this is far more viable and also economical. Or in terms of ecology, it's far more safer rather than cows. Okay, cow leather. Next. So basically, these are the elements of design. So if you are my student, I've seen some of you are my former students in the arts and design track, you already know that there are 7 elements of art. But for design, there are specific specializations that are added. For example, in line, you will also have point. In terms of space, you also have size. And in shape, you also have form. And this is the added one, the direction. I'll explain that a while later. And then you have texture, color, and value. The elements are components of which can be seen and defined in any visual art. So when we talk about elements of design, all design will have all of these. Okay, next slide. So in a nutshell, these are what it means to have the elements of design. You have the line, shape, form, color, value, textures, and space. It's very textual. I'm not going to explain each and every one. However, I may talk about the specialized ones, like of course, the point, the size, and direction. Okay, next slide. So when we talk about point, basically it talks about the beginning of every line or a beginning of any design. So it can be a dash, a staple, and pixel. Okay. And when we talk about direction, it adds to what we call the interest of a particular design. If it's done horizontal, it means calmness, stability, and tranquility. And when we talk about vertical, it gives a sense of balance, formality, and alertness, while oblique suggests movement and action. A good example of this one is if you look into landscape paintings, they're usually done landscape style because it denotes calmness. While when you want to see a more powerful works, you look into portraits, you see it's done in a vertical manner because it shows certain balance and formality to it. And if you want to connote movement or excitement in a particular work, it's usually done horizontal style. And then when we talk about size, it talks about how a particular form or shape occupies space. And it could either catch your attention or not. But usually in a particular design, size does matter because it's the one that you readily see. Same is true with colors. Okay? Now, what is the importance of learning the elements of design? I mean, in any aspect, regardless of what your course is, if you know how to break down the basic elements of art, you may be able to create something from it. Now, as I mentioned a while back by my colleague, Sir Emmy Ingles, that I work for DepEd. Actually, I was given this problem. Sir, could you click on my problem? My problem is I was made to create an activity for a computer art class for grade 6. But how could you possibly teach the concept of computer art for learners without computers? So this is actually the challenge that was given to me. But knowing the elements of design or even art for that matter, I know that all computer aided design starts from the most basic, which is pixel. Okay, that's why you're seeing Deadpool there done in pixel art. And also, I realized that, you know, if you may not have computers, you may be able to use the characters of the keyboards of your cell phone to create another computer-aided design, which is what we call ASCII art, meaning you make use of the characters, the alphanumeric characters of your cell phone to create artworks from it. So from basic components, we develop new products or new art from it. So we develop the eye to deconstruct things in its most basic form and then come up with something new from it. So this is the advantage of knowing the elements, learning how to break down things so that you'll be able to construct something new. It's all about rearranging. Remember, the human body is made up of only of 4 DNAs. Okay, so the guanine, adenine, cytosine. But different reconfigurations gives us different outputs or different manifestations of our genetic material. Same is true also with art. The way that we manipulate the elements will also create new things for us, even it's just 7 or 8 elements of art. Next one. So I keep on mentioning about art and design. It's time now for us to know the difference between the two. Okay, because as you are proceeding towards product design or service design, or even doing artworks, it's best to know where you're heading at. Always put in mind that when we talk about art, it is something internal and external experience to create an expression. It's an expression. Okay, it's your own creative expression. While when we talk about design, it's actually finding a solution to a problem. We're finding new ways to be able to make life easier for someone in the most creative manner. Art can connect to different people in different ways, while design delivers the same exact message what that particular product is meant to be used. For example, a chair. A chair is meant to be sat at. Okay? Well, art, if you see the Mona Lisa, you may have different interpretations of it. Okay? But a chair is a chair is a chair. However, what differentiates one chair to the next really is part of the aesthetics. That's why in design, they have this thing, form, function follows form. They're very particular with the functionality and its purpose. Okay, so that you will be able to be communicated properly. You cannot present a chair without legs. Okay, yeah, that would be something unique or be something you could make later on probably. Also, art inspires, delights, amuses, and transforms, while design informs, communicates. Also, it gives you a way on how to do things. Okay, art is a transformative experience, while design is a communicative experience. Meaning, art can transform you because it's experiential. However, design communicates to you to experience something. I mean, when you sat on the chair, you could either like it or not like it, depending on the design, how the chair was made. Things like those. So now we know that when we talk about art, it's something that is more personal. While when we talk about design, there is a consideration of the end user to it. So put that in mind later on. So when we start juggling all the elements of art, that is when we have what we call the principles of art, principles of design. So they are actually basic aesthetic consideration that guides organization of the art or the composition of a particular product. All the principle of design apply to any design made. Okay, how one applies principle of design determines the effectivity of a design, and it's very personal also. So that's why we have designers actually, because that what differentiates one designer to the next, because there's still an element of personality to it. There is seldom only one correct way to apply each design. Also, in principles of design, you may have 2 or 3 principles applied in a particular product. It's not exclusive to just one. Okay. So, next slide. So, the elements form the vocabulary of design, while the principle constitute the broader structural aspect of its composition. So basically, what it tells us when we do principles of art, this is actually the applications of the different elements. Now, there is actually a difference of just looking at the aesthetics. The one that they gave is more on the aesthetics aspect, the use and the materials. There are also principles on that one, but I'm not going to touch on that one. I'll focus more on the aesthetic aspect, on how we present our art or our product. Okay, next slide. Therefore, these are the principles of this design. You have pattern, contrast, emphasis, balance, proportion or scale, harmony, rhythm, movement, and there are actually 3 additional more. You have dominance, you also have variety and unity. So if you notice, it's more on what we see, but there's more into design also. I mean, the functionality, the materials used, these are also being considered when we talk about design. Okay. So when we talk about dominance, basically when we talk about dominance, it's what is being thrown at us at face value, or sometimes what it's directing us on what we're supposed to do. Okay? And when we talk about unity, it's one work that is more unified or easier to look at. And variety is having the same thing but done in a variety of ways or in alterations, basically. Right? Now, I did not talk much of the principle of design because for the sheer purpose that it's really more dependent on the product that you're going to make. Okay? It's better to know the elements first by heart because that's the one that we're going to deconstruct and form. And then later on, we could just simply apply the principles to it. However, in doing so, when we do create our products, we have to put things in mind, and for me this is very much important. I always emphasize this one in Creative Industry 1 of the senior high school program because we need to know first what products we're producing. Are we creating a creative product, which is a product born out of individual creativity, skill, and talent? So anything creative we call creative product, but there is also a specialized creative product that we call cultural products. These are also born out of individual creativity, skill, and talent, but with cultural sensibilities where the products is being sourced from. Okay, so most fashion designers that we have here in Davao would have a brush on this one, where we connect with local communities, and then from there we source our materials and then create something new. Okay? But also, cultural products can also be products born out of tradition and heritage of a particular place, which we will learn a bit more later. So let us set examples to this one. Okay. So example of creative products, we have the Anpamintuan chair that you can see. There's no known Filipino style or technique that follows through that kind of style, that particular chair. Okay, so that's a very creative product. You also have Michael Cinco's tour gowns that he presented in New York. And basically, again, it's his own original output. There's no basis of how he did it in terms of a cultural aspect. We also have there, wherein we adopted an English play by Shakespeare and then turned it into Filipino. So there's transformation that was done very creatively. It deviates from what that original play is all about. Also, we have the Sleepers Mojo done by a Filipino. It's one of those slippers that competes technically with Havaianas. And actually, the technology of slipper making was just used so that he will create something more of his own product. And lastly, we have Cartoon Network, wherein you'll be surprised that most animators are actually coming from the Philippines. Okay, so these are creative products because we are just following through what the design was made from. Nothing much new to it. It's not a cultural thing, but more on a global scale. Or there's internationality in terms of understanding each of the design they gave you. The next slide gives us the example of what we call cultural products. Now, I know there's sometimes people would say when cultural products, we always attribute it to, you know, the indigenous or probably also the vernacular materials that we find around us. But you'll be surprised, cultural products can also be what we call culture or the emerging culture of a particular place. Such as, for example, you have Nightfall, which is actually a Filipino horror game, but they made use of Filipino horror myths when they created the game. So there's a cultural aspect to it that is very distinctively a Filipino setup. You also have Bituing Walang Ningning that first started as a comic book and then became an iconic movie, and then later on converted into a musical on theater. Same is true also with that woman with a star on her chest, basically. So you have Darna there, but it's actually Lisa Makuha performing ballet, but making use of a Filipino superhero icon so that you'll be able to create a play out of it. And then also you have Dayo, also the first Filipino full-length animation. And also some of the works, familiar works. Sir, could you please click pa yung ano muna, slide para makita nila what I'm talking about also. So you could also see the works of our local designers here during the Miss Universe when they visited Davao City. So these are actually done by our fashion group here in Davao. And they actually collaborated the proper way. They appropriated the works of our local communities, cultural communities, to create beautiful gowns and dresses for our Miss Universe contestant. And also, these are new ones that I would want to emphasize. You are also able to make use of healing. For example, yung hilot. Okay, in 2000, early 2000, it became a hit. You have Thai massage, you have Swedish massage. But what about Filipinos? What can we possibly offer? Then somebody remembered, hey, we do have hilot. Okay, so it's a form of our own indigenous way of healing. Meron kaya tayo here in Mindanao something like that? Is there any way, a particular movement or a particular things that we do heal someone? Touch healing, basically. And then also, good example also of food would be the Ilocos empanada. It's just like adobo. You may have basic recipes of adobo, but it will come in different ways. Same is true with the Ilocos empanada. Okay, the one that I got accustomed to was actually from the ex-boyfriends of my sister, wherein they actually add plant eggs on their empanada. So that when the first time I encountered the Ilocos empanada here in Davao, I was looking for that egg. Unfortunately, the egg pala is really rare. So you really have to get it from Abra at that time. So things that you look now, the next view that we're going to look at, so
I think we have lost Sir Rob, but anyway, we'll try to get him back to us. There may be some problem with internet connection. Let's just stay in this room while we try to get him back to our workshop. Yeah, I think we've got Sir Rob back. Sir Rob? I think you're unmuted.
okay, you hear me? Are we okay? Okay. Okay, I think everyone could hear me already. So things that we have to adjust to the new normal. Okay, so the video that I'm going to show, actually this time comes from a designer, Leonard Yosabrata. He's an Indonesian designer, but I want you to look at his talk and try to relate it in a Philippine setup. I hope at the end of the video, we could come up with something to, or rather connect to how we possibly elevate our creative and cultural industry, being an art and design school. Okay, so take it away, sir, for our video.
Well, Indonesians are definitely creative. As we can see, it's in our blood, it's in our DNA. Historically, it's proven through our heritage. As we can see, we have Borobudur, we have the shadow puppet, Wayang, the batik, and perhaps gamelan. But it's definitely a rich culture, but what else are we known for? We are the fourth most populous country. Our most famous food is that, nasi goreng. And our most famous culture is probably Bali. But what about Indonesian products? If I ask you about furniture brand, you probably say this one. Yeah? If I ask you about product design, you probably think of a country like Italy or Germany. And in terms of architecture, it's probably a Swiss architects or a Dutch architects. But what about Indonesian design? In the context of design, has Indonesian name ever come up? I spent 8 years in the US studying to be a product designer. I didn't exactly plan my return to Indonesia. It was my sister's wedding. I left with one suitcase, left everything, you know, the house that I lived in, the car, tons of stuff. So no game plan. But I knew that it's good to be the bigger fish in the small pond. Well, what I mean by that is that not that I am a pessimist or I'm less driven, but I'm very pragmatic. So the first thing I did when I arrived in Jakarta is that I went to look other people who are just like me, other product designers. So yeah, I went to look for them in the product association. And to my surprise, there's only probably like less than 10 people in there and one guy running the show. I think he was the director and also probably the secretary. So not a good start. So I thought perhaps I'd do my own forum. You know, I gather my friends. And with Yorianta at the time, we co-founded this thing called D-Form. The idea was to educate and bring some more design content into Indonesian products. This thing has transformed into exhibitions, and we were trying to create an industry that basically didn't exist before. My dream has always been to be a designer and have a career in Europe. You know, but at a time, the world was not ready to embrace an Indonesian designer. I remember, I tell you a story, when I was in a furniture exhibition in Germany, a visitor would come up to our booth and he would ask me, like, where's this made? And I would say, made in Indonesia. He's like, okay, that's nice, but why is it so expensive? So, okay. But at the same time, in Jakarta, if I do exhibition, people would ask me the same question, and I would say, this is made in Indonesia. And they would say, like, no way, this must be imported. As if they're like in disbelief, you know, that Indonesian designer or Indonesian manufacturer can actually produce an international award-winning product. So that kind of, yeah, I was kind of disappointed, you know, like abroad I was, you know, looked down upon, and then back home as well, you know, like, so I thought, okay, why not design for bigger companies, you know, so I can get my name out there. So that's what I did. I started designing for other companies, for the likes of Toto. For those who don't know, they make toilets. Good ones, too. But I realized that in Indonesia, there's only a few companies that have that scale, that capacity, and most importantly, the understanding to support my growth or other people's, you know, as a product designer. So again, I set aside my dream to be the product designer. I went on to be a consultant. I was doing all kinds of stuff. I was doing interior projects. I was managing projects, things like that. Again, I quickly soon find out is that in Indonesia, an emerging market, as a consultant, you really have to struggle to be appreciated. And what I mean by this is that we are not valued as our counterparts in abroad. You know, in Indonesia, most design services are not valued in ways that our counterparts abroad may enjoy. So then, in one of those meetings, it hit me really hard. I was sitting in one of those meetings, and I was like, okay, I want to be sitting at my client's chair. You know, like, I want to be sitting where he sits and be at a principal level if I want to create change. So yet again, I put aside my dream as the design consultant and went on to focus on to grow my own business or businesses that I have a stake in. Europe has always been the epicenter of design. You know, I go almost every year. Yeah, we go to Paris, Milan, Cologne. But the business of design has shifted to Asia now because of the economic downturn in the Western Hemisphere. And what's happening, I'll give you one example. I just came back from Shanghai. One exhibition in Shanghai covers 750,000 meters square of space. Can you imagine that? It's so huge. So, but what it means is that the Chinese government, it's really doing something to support the creative industry in China. And it's clearly paying off. So what about Indonesia? Well, we now have the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy supporting the 14 subsectors. The thing is, we can't wait for the government. You know, the conditions of the world have changed. And I tell you 3 points that I think contributed to these changes in a big way. Number one is that there's a true sense of globalization. I mean, if you go anywhere in the world now to big cities like Jakarta, Tokyo, Paris, New York, it all starts to feel the same. You know, you start seeing the same brand, like all across the world. At the same time, we're kind of losing our own identity as well in the process. Second is the rise of China and Asia in global commerce. This has brought along a very influential cultural influences, including to Indonesia. So all those 2 points above actually created what I call the localization. And because of that, localization thrives because entrepreneurs or business owners are now starting to see differently and conduct differently in the way they do businesses, and that means localization thrives. So I thought, why don't I try to be an entrepreneur once again? I mean, I still have my furniture business, but I want to try other things. The beauty of being an entrepreneur in Indonesia is that you can start very, very small. This country is a haven for entrepreneur. I mean, literally, you can start with almost no money. And what we did is that we were presented with a challenge. And that challenge we answered with this concept named Bright Spot. At a time, if you ask a local person about Indonesian products, very rarely you would get a positive answer. So that challenge is that how do we change the young Indonesian consumers to consume more Indonesian products? So this concept, what we call the 4-day creative market of all things cool, started, the idea was you would take an existing scene of young, cool, independent designers. They're already out there. They're everywhere. But you would give them a platform, and then you house them in unused spaces in malls. So you give them a platform where they can conduct businesses and to sell to bigger audience. And in the process, maybe, we have some little fun. So this little party of ours turned into, from having only 30 brands at our first event with 5,000 visitors. It's a 4-day event. That turned into 150 brand and attracting over 60,000 visitors. Became a kind of a social phenomenon. And what's amazing is that we've done so with zero promotion budget. No money ever spent on marketing. And that's because Indonesia has the largest, well, some of the largest, not largest, but some of the largest Twitter and Facebook users in the world. So we just took that advantage and we kind of just rode the social wave, the social media wave. So very advantageous to be in Indonesia for that fact. So we thought, what comes after that? You got all these cool products, but the thing is like, how many % of those cool products are actually being consumed? We know that 65% of our GDP comes from consumption, but how many % is that local products? And at the same time, these kids, these people are producing these cool products, products such as these. Very, very cool products. And they are international standards. I want to tell a bit story about, like, say, the shoes. That kind of shoes can only be made handmade. And that techniques can still exist in Indonesia right now. Whereas everywhere else in the world, let's say in Europe, it's starting to be, left behind. So you got all these cool products, fashion, women, men's, even kids. So we thought, why not create an independent Indonesian department store that will house all these cool products? When we first opened our first location in 2010, the goods department had only about 80 brands in our roster. We were occupying a space of 1,000 square meters. Today, we have about 250 brands, and 70% of that are local brands. So we're very proud of that fact. But what are we most proud of is the fact that we now contribute to the changing the mindset of these young Indonesian consumers. They're now proud to wear Indonesian product. And there's even a term in local advertising agencies. They call them the bright spot generation. So I don't know why, but yeah, that's good. And they all kind of look like this. Good stuff. Internationally, our competitiveness also better. You know, we start hearing all this like, oh, it's cool now to be a designer from an emerging market, especially if you have a worldly view and with local sensibilities. So, you know, with magazines, international magazines such as these, you know, covering remote places you've never been, countries that you never heard, and most important, small businesses that makes this world a better place. So I believe the new direction of Indonesia's creative culture is small and medium-sized creative businesses. And we need to support this because they are going to create this change and this uncertainty growth that we're having right now with, I think it was 6.5% growth of Indonesia. Because Indonesia has the making of a great market. Again, 65% is from consumption. 50% of our 240 million people is actually under 30 years old. So it has the making of a great market. But how do we nurture that? How do we actually take advantage of that? So I say what we should do is that we need to really harness this thing because the opportunity is there. And we need to embrace our own identity and innovation in the process. And that starts with taking pride and investing in our own capacity. So I'm going to end this talk by saying that the time is now to invest in Indonesia's creativity. Thank you.
Very nice and very perceptive talk by Theo. So some quotable quotes that I really like about this particular video. First one is, it's cool to be a designer now from an emerging market, especially have worldly views and local sensibilities. For us, it's something like thinking global but doing it in a local manner. Okay. Also, another thing that I love about this video, another quote is, next, can you press? We need to embrace our own identity and innovation. Okay. Backward ng content. A process that starts with taking investment in our own capacity. So what it means is that we look into our own so that we'll come up with something that will propel us forward, basically, our own identity. And I think this is the essence of IME and also the entrepreneurial mind, wherein we look to our strengths, our opportunities, so that we'll be able to create something new. And that's the good thing about okay. So basically, what I'm trying to say is that this is the best. I mean, even with the pandemic happening right now, things are happening. Okay. Actually, I attended one seminar, an international seminar, and they're telling everyone, you know, this is the best time to start something because the big ones are actually reset from the beginning. So everybody is given the opportunity to start something. So something like what they was saying a while back, you know, the opportunity is there. We should be able to embrace that one. Now, when we embrace this opportunity, these are the things that we need to know. Next slide. Next part. So things that you need to consider when you're making something creative products or cultural products. Number one is the intellectual property rights and laws. There are so many end up in thesis and not really propelling forward. There are a few who went forward, and I'm happy for that one, but we're also missing the opportunity to earn more from them. That's why the IPO office is there. When you start patenting your work, you put patent to it, you copyright your work, you actually earn something from it when somebody makes use of that. Or the technology, when you gain something from it, it could be shared with others, and you also gain something from it. Also, when we create or we start doing our products, do your market research. Meaning, when we talk about the market, the people that we intend our product with or our services with. Because if you don't know your market, you might be you'll not be successful with your product. You need to know where your product is going to. That's why market research is really vital to it. Also, some input also when you do cultural products, look into local laws that protect cultural heritage. I think it's never ending that we keep on reminding you when you collaborate with our cultural communities, you have to make sure that they are okay in what they're doing. It's not just about you, it's also about them. Okay, respect and follow the specific custom of the communities that you're going to work with. A good example of this one, during the time that everybody was already making a mask, one particular cultural community group said that their weaving is not to be used as a mask out of respect on the process when they make the mask. And yet some people would still make masks out of it. That's why now they're being fired for that one, because it's wrong. We really have to be more protective with our cultural heritage and respect each things that we use from this community. And hopefully you learned something this afternoon. That's just about it. I'm more interested with your questions and looking forward to answer them. Thank you very much.
All right. Oh, thank you for the inspiring, exciting talk, Mr. Taniedo. To inform everyone, we are more than 200 participants in this room. So again, we appreciate everyone's participation and listening to our lecture. So moving to the question and answer session, you may opt to write your question on the chat box or click the raise your hand icon. Facilitators were assigned the head to collate and write the questions of the group he is assigned to. Are we set for the open forum, question and answer? Facilitators, kindly assist.
Okay, very good question. There's already one question. Okay. How can we make sure? Did I answer, ma'am, already?
Yes, sir, you may answer.
Okay, so how can we make sure that we are culturally appropriating and not misappropriating? Actually, we can be sure that we're appropriating a particular product properly from a tribe or a group if we collaborate with them properly. I mean, really spelling out by the T on how to make use of their, for example, symbols or their products. For example, the tinalak, they have strict rules that it cannot be used as a sleepwear. I mean, for the foot, you cannot put it on your foot, but it can be something to be worn. It's okay, becomes a pillowcase, but it's not allowed to be something that is used the mouth. Sila yung sinasabi ko actually. The one that I was mentioning about, the mask, because there's a certain religious thing that they're doing with it that you cannot just put in like the other object. So make sure be culturally be appropriate. You always make sure that you talk to the right people of the tribe. By the way, there's also one incident wherein one particular person of a cultural community gave permission, but unfortunately, it's not that person's right to give permission. Usually, these cultural groups will have a council of elders, and that's the one that you need to talk to. Okay, at times like this, it's very much you need to know first what are the laws governing each cultural group that you're going to deal with, basically. If you don't know, research. That's the best thing also. Okay, what are the process on using product from ethno-linguistic group? The likes of using fabrics from the Tivoli. Not much familiar with, but I know you need to talk first to a group of people, the right people in their group, so that you'll know the do's and don'ts of making use of their product. Specifically, the fabrics that they do. Okay. Actually, in one of the groups that I was able to encounter, actually, we're trying to collaborate with them with contemporary designs, but they're going to make use of traditional methods in producing the design. Unfortunately, that project didn't push through. So it can be something like that. You may make use of their technology, but you recognize that one, but the design is coming from you. So these are healthy collaboration between the designer and the ethno-linguistic group or the cultural community.
All right. Are there more questions that you may want to add?
Okay. Wow, this is a heavy one. Local is the new normal. I think ever since before, I think it's always a revival for me that we acknowledge that local is the new normal, better normal. Actually, it's a revival always. You'll be surprised after the 1987 revolution, there was actually a revival of Filipino things. Let's support Filipino, buy Filipino actually. So now it's emerging again that people, pero the good thing right now is that it's becoming more regional. It's not centered Luzon only. It's more inclusive to the different regions of the Philippines. So I think it's a good thing. We're rediscovering. We are actually at the period of what we call decolonization. We're discovering our roots, and we discovered that our roots is far more better than what was taught to us before. Okay, the materials that was used is more keen to our weather. So the things that we use in construction are far more better than the ones that was introduced to us long before. Okay. So yeah, I think local is the new normal, and I'm happy for that. Not only for the designers, but also for those communities that are benefiting from this one.
I think the next question is
okay, is it really a trend? Actually, when we talk about trends, there are many trends. So local is just one of them. The question here is how long can we make it a trend, or should we make it a trend, or should we make it as something classic? I mean, and timeless. Because if it's a trend, it ends. It's high time that we look into how to make this more sustainable so that we'll be able to continue on in supporting communities and even our own designers. I could be able to send a PDF form to our participants for this one. Okay.
All right. Are there any other
Okay,
questions?
these are heavier questions. How can we make sure these efforts are sustainable? When you say sustainable, what it means is that you have to make sure, again, that's why you need to do your market research. Well, if you study marketing, you'll find out when something hits a plateau, you have to start thinking already on how to innovate your product so that the interest will be maintained to it. expect that in a product cycle, things will go up and down. That's why you have to make sure, if not going down, at least to be able to cushion it, that you'll still be able to be viable. So making it sustainable means you have to innovate constantly. You cannot always present the same thing. You have to present something new. Now, I know in terms of heritage or heritage craft, it may be a challenge, but you can have something constant, but you have also something innovative in making use of this product. So it's just the best way so that it becomes sustainable. Okay. The question from Joselito: how can visual arts help us in improving our products and services in the future? In terms of visual arts, it's all about basically presentation, but it's not just presentation now, huh? Sometimes people are looking for that advocacy or the contextualization or the localization that makes it more important. If you have an advocacy, it adds to the feature of your product. If you're helping a community, people will be more compelled by. So it's not just about designing, it's also about connecting other things to make your product more viable.
All right, I think somebody raised his hand. You're mute. Your mic will be unmuted.
Okay.
Kindly raise again the hand. All right, we cannot find you anymore.
Okay.
If you like, you can write it down in the chat box.
Okay. Psychology, teacher education, tourism be on the forefront of this new generation of creation. I think it's all about finding the core. I think in terms of businesses nowadays, it's finding your identity. That's why I love PwC, because we always center on the identity, the heritage, and the culture, so that we come up with something very noble or something new. Okay, not just your regular hotel services, but there is a Mindanaoan flair to it / Filipino flair to it. So it becomes more personal. So making it more personal makes it more viable and more memorable. And these are the things that you have to put in mind so that people will come back for that particular service. In teacher education, I guess there are many laws actually, and you could really be creative in it, that infuses many things about teacher education. For example, in curriculum, we have cultural studies being incorporated, even values to it. So we are not just merely teaching math, we can also teach values to it. We could also teach work with it. So it's like those that we could look into. Just like also in the service industry, I would just like to add, like the Hilot. Okay, it's a very good that or massage parlors, because it does tell us that we have something. It's all about discovering. In fact, there are already massages that try to incorporate indigenous materials like guava leaves that we have, something to further study and make it more scientific. If you make it more scientific or make it more understandable for foreign users, you'll be surprised that people will come in and try your product, and hopefully it will sustain later on. There's always a risk of course, some people might find it too foreign to them.
Right. As much as we want to receive more of your questions, because of the limited time, so we end it here. So again, thank you for your questions, and thank you, Sir Taniedo, for your substantial answer. May we remind again the participants to change your username to this format. Your program _ last name _ your first name. Again, this format, program _ last name _ your first name. All right, ladies and gentlemen, to show our gratitude, may we present this certificate of appreciation to Mr. Wilfredo Dexter G. Canedo. Certificate reads, Certificate of Appreciation is presented to Wilfred Dexter G. Canedo, MBA, for imparting his valuable insights as a lecturer during the maiden edition of Top of the webinar series via Zoom platform, given this 13th of October 2020 in Davao City, Philippines, signed by our Chancellor Vicente Antonio V. Quijano III and our head of our innovations and social ventures, Mr. Emmy L. English. Okay, again, thank you very much, Mr. Canedo. Now we will proceed for the breakout sessions. Okay. For the breakout session, we are tasked to make a product or service idea inspired by culture, heritage, and identity that would best represent your course or program. During your breakout session, the students will be assigned to your respective programs, while the rest of our guests, teachers, and personnel may be randomly assigned to any breaking groups. The group will present their output through screen sharing. And may we request our dear participating students to stay in this room and wait for the host to assign you to your designated rooms with your respective facilitators. Our breakout session will take till roughly 15 minutes. May we request our facilitators to assist our presenters from the group. Kindly convert the images to JPEG format and upload them to our chat box and send prints to Sir June Artajo. I will repeat that, no? So our facilitators kindly assist our presenters from the group and then convert the images to JPEG format and upload them to our chat box and send prints to Sir June Artajo. We will have our breakout session. Kindly click the breakout session tab as shown on your screen. Okay, again, for the groupings, no? Students, please change now your username to this format, program underscore last name underscore first name. Again, please change this your format to this username, program underscore last name underscore first name. I remind everyone, for those who are going to present, to kindly convert all your the images, no, to JPEG format and upload them to our chat box and send prints to Sir Juni Artajo. Again, please don't forget to convert your images to JPEG format and upload them to Sir Jun Artajo. Okay, thank you. All right. While waiting for Sir Jun Artajo to upload everything, no, Sir Rob is already back in our chat room. If you have any questions, you may write them down to the chat box. No, if you still have any questions that you want to raise, no. So again, guys, no, while waiting for Sir Jun Artajo to organize all the converted files, Sir Rob is available. So if you have any questions, no, you still want to raise, no, Sir Rob can still accommodate. Kindly put all your questions there at the chat box. Thank you very much. Hello again, guys. Only the tourism management has uploaded their output work. May I remind the rest of the groups, no, kindly upload them now, no, and send the converted JPEG file to Sir Juni's chat box. All right, thank you. Are there any questions? If there are questions, you may write them down to the chat box. Okay, if not, guys, you may also want to share your insights, no? You can also write them on your chat box. Okay. You may also want raise your hand, no, if you want to speak up or say something, no, to share.
kung saan man ako naroroon.
Pinilit kitang ibalik, ngunit di umayon sa atin ang pag-ibig. Salamat sa'yo, salamat sa alaalang binigay mo.
Hi again, guys. We are waiting for the BA and the HM for your output. Kindly upload them now. Thank you. Again, for those groups, no, for those programs who are not uploaded yet, their output, please upload them now. BA, and HM.
Matatagpuan sa aking isipan ang sanhi ng pait na namamalagi sa aking kaluluwa. At ang isa aking mong halimuyak mapapatamis muli ang simoy ng hangin. Lumapit ka.
All right, so before the presentation, may we request the students to stay put? The host will bring you back to the main room. Thank you for everyone's cooperation. Before we proceed, may we request as well for a photo op session. Kindly open all your videos and maintain the unmute of your mics. No? Okay, so our videos are open. Okay, so sige. Okay, first batch. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, guys, don't forget to smile, ha? All right. Okay, for the second batch. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Okay, third batch. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, please open your videos. Okay, open your camera. All right, okay. Fourth, okay, okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. For the fifth batch, okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, 6. Okay, 1, 2, 3. And then last. Okay, so last, guys. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, done. Thank you. Okay, going back, each group, please assign a representative to discuss your output. Actually, we already suggested the facilitators to do the presentation. Anyway, whoever is going to present, you are given 1 minute to discuss your group's output. All right, so let's proceed. Okay, for first group, we have the tourism management. Okay, be ready, be ready, representative. Okay. Can you please write down on the chat box whoever is will be reporting for your presentation so that the host can unmute you. Thank you. Right. So it goes also with the rest of the groups, no, for whoever's going to present, kindly put the names, no, and the name of your program on the chat box.
Good afternoon po. I actually sent 2 JPEG. Pwede po yung first po muna. Thank you po. So, good afternoon everyone. I will be representing the TM. So before I go on with the idea we came up with, I would like to give an insight on how the IME works for our program. So over the years, tourism management programs output for IME centered on MICE, which stands for meetings, incentives, conferences, exhibitions, or events. Which is why annually students from our department with IME course plan and organize an event just like Tourism Ball, and in return, we are able to generate income from it. So however, with our current situation, it poses limitations on initiating and coming up with an event. But as we thought of it, it is not through MICE that it is not just through MICE that we are able to apply or make use of our learnings from IME. So this time, we could actually focus on heritage tourism, which is part of our new curriculum from CMO or CHED Memorandum Orders. So what we came up with is the creation of storybook that features the history and culture of the 11 tribes of Davao. This storybook will actually comes in 11 volumes because we have 11 tribes, and that's the thing about tourism. We focus on promoting everything that we have that can entice tourists to experience what we have and what makes us unique. So how are we able to retain our tribe's culture and history while at the same time having our tourism's benefit from it? So actually, we can have it read by our guests and tourists, perhaps while they're on a plane with nothing to do. Have it displayed on City Tourism Office because we actually don't have storybooks and the like yet. Also, our goal is to educate children from remote areas, students from public and private schools, so that at a very young age, or even at a very young age, we can educate them on our different tribes. Thank you. So moreover, we actually have a collaborative idea with the HM department. It is this Davao mobile app called Kultura. The idea was derived from the improvisation of Davao map and brochure instead of using papers for the production of Davao map and brochure, we thought that it is more sustainable if we go digital. So that's the development of the mobile app. So let me introduce to you Inday and Dodong, our local tour guides. So they will most probably be the guide. They will most probably guide the tourist on the whereabouts here in Davao. So for example, if I am the tourist and I turn my GPS on, Inday and Dodong will automatically assist me and suggest which attractions I should go to. So this app will provide images of the attractions that we have. And another concept for the idea is while the tourists are on their way to their destination, Inday and or Dodong will actually tell the guests or the tourists about the different tribes, history, and culture. So for example, ako si tourist and inon ko si ang GPS ko. From there, makukuha ko na agad kung saan ako pwedeng pumunta, showing different images of attractions na meron ang Davao. And while I am on my way, pupunta doon sa destination na yon, si Inday or si Dodong, pwede silang magkwento sa akin about the tribes, about our different tribes. So for example, Tiboli tribe, these avatars will dress up as based on like tribe, so sa Tiboli, and that way we are able to retain the culture and history of the tribe. Moreover, Apple from HM department will add up to the idea.
All right, so may we request Mr. Taniedo for your guidance and suggestions. If you have any feedback, no? So they're very much appreciated.
Okay, hi. Thank you for the presentation. Very nice. I've seen apps like this being done already. I think Google has them also. Very innovative. However, just a comment on this one, we have to be careful with our terminologies. I think with the short span of time, we're not able to cover that one, but there are proper way of addressing our ethno-linguistic group, or as NCCA would suggest it, we call them cultural communities. Okay, we no longer call them tribe because the concept of tribe actually is a different spectrum. So proper addressing, also the spelling of Tiboli, also we no longer use it with an apostrophe. It's really Tiboli, just straight Tboli. That's how the tribe would want to be addressed or even presented already in terms of spelling. So that would just be my suggestion, but very innovative idea and very straightforward in terms of what you want to do as a tourism student. It hits the spot also in promoting our local culture and heritage.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rob. Okay, can we proceed to the next presenter?
May we also know from FT and BSBA, because I think we received quite a number of outputs here. So we don't know which of the outputs that were submitted will be presented for the group.
The second one po.
The second one. So this is not okay. Sir, can we just skip this one? Next one, please. Okay, we go now to BS Psychology. Who's presenting? Mr. Nazario or Mr. Nazario?
Hello, sir.
Go ahead. Go ahead. We
Yeah,
can hear you.
hi everyone. So I'm James from BS Psychology, and so our business is called SOE, or the Shoal of Emotions, and it inspires from the Muslim tribe, which is one of the 11 tribes that we have here in Davao City. So in psychology, we have what we call psychology of colors. So the art and design of our shoals will depend of psychology colors. Like for example, the color black, it represents formality and power. The color gray represents stability and security, while the color purple it represents luxury, dignity, while the color yellow, it represents cheerfulness, friendliness. The color white represents freshness, cleanliness, calmness. Color pink represents romance, compassion, and love. Red represents also style, excitement, and being energetic. And while the color blue, it represents peace, confidence, and tranquility, while the color green represents life, growth, and environment. So the color of the products that we have, or the products that the customer is going to buy, simply shows their emotion. Also, we will ensure that the art of the product can connect to different people, and the design will communicate what they feel. That's it. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Psych program. Sir Rob, your guidance, please.
Okay. Thank you for a psych major coming up with a fashion collection is really nice. But things that, again, in terms of cultural appropriation, when you did say about Muslim or Islam based design, you have to be particular also with the colors that you're going to use. You cannot just simply say Islam inspired or Muslim inspired and not consider what these colors would mean to that particular ethno-linguistic group or cultural community group. So that's something to consider when you do your work. Also, don't be limited when we talk about arts or design. When we design something, it's not just about creating clothes. It could be a process. It could be a service. I forgot to mention a while back, in Ateneo de Manila, they actually came up with Filipino psychology. I mean, they studied the profile of a Filipino. They were able to come up with certain theories about the Filipino psyche that you could use actually in guidance counseling Filipino child, for example. So something to consider. So when we talk about creative products, it's not just about physical products. It can be a service or it could be a process as well. But very nice work. I mean, very creative work.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, may I just add something also? This is really impressive. And if I may suggest, and this goes to everyone, when we are appropriating patterns from a certain ethno-linguistic group or cultural community, so like for example, the Islamized groups, they also have nuances or some restrictions in a way, because for the Islamized groups, the patterns are usually geometric, right? They prefer abstraction rather than the realistic, how do you call this, or the natural form or shape of objects or patterns. So these are the things that we need also to consider. But the concept is really impressive. Shawl of emotion. I think that will this is a commercial appeal, I should say.
Yeah.
All right. Let's proceed with the next group. Okay. For the next group is the fashion and design program. Fine arts and interior program.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we'll keep our presentation short and direct. So our concept revolves around how our school focuses on innovation and tradition. So we created products that has a touch of both pop art, and this is in collaboration with the local community of Pai Arlene Salazar and the Bagabo Tagabawa women that are essential in upholding our culture and tradition. We also use the primary colors of the pom-poms used by these women, while also developing a locally available material, which is the agsam vine, developed by our classmate Stephen Azarcon with his brand Sagang, which is worked with the women weavers in Barangay Durnsha, Lanuza, Surigao del Sur. So overall, the three products that are presented are just a fresh perspective on what is commonly seen in the market. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, FAID program. Sir Rob, your guidance, please.
Well, basically, the product is already existing, and I'm glad that there is already a collaboration that's going on. What is there to say more about it? Basically, what more could you innovate with what you have right now? Because these are already existing. Well, how could we possibly push it one step forward? Or how would it become something classic? The one that I'm mentioning, not just a trend, but it becomes something staple for everyone.
Okay, thank you for that, Sir Rob. No, let's proceed to the next presenter. Okay, for the next presenter, coming from the HM or Hospitality Management Program. Okay, who's the presenter? Kyle Estrada?
Ay, si Ate Apple po. Is she here? Ate Apple.
Okay. All right. Stand by, Apple.
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon. Do you hear me po?
Okay. Please proceed.
Marinig ko na.
Yes.
Marinig niyo po?
Yes.
Okay, thank you po. So, for the HM, ma'am, we decide to use our product is cookbook since we are focusing on food. So this is a sample only, ma'am, for the title of the cookbook. So our goal is the local recipe, but we want also a contemporary recipe. What I have in mind when we formulate this title, our concept is to have a fusion of local and contemporary. We want to dishes that is something we can be proud of. Like for example, in a particular tribe in Davao, and experiment with it by incorporating vibes from both national and international cuisine. During this days, people are fond of discovering something that is new to their taste, and they love to idolize the other dishes of other country. It's like mix and match of these dishes, like eating local dishes and incorporated with kimchi from Korea. Feel nila like you will feel like you are in Davao, but at the same time you can feel the vibes of Korea. So we will make something twist sa cookbook, ma'am. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Hospitality Management Program. Can we hear from Mr. Rob?
Very nice idea, wherein you look into the traditional recipes of our cultural communities. But just a suggestion, we don't have to limit always with our cultural communities. You could also look into our contemporary or pop communities or the emerging communities. For example, look into those people who came here from the different regions of the Philippines during the 1930s and look into family recipes of old families of Davao. Something an idea. So you don't limit always on the cultural, the heritage part. You could also look into other more or less modern. Since you want to introduce something more modern with the twist, also be careful with mixing the old with the new. Just a little advice on that one. Sometimes again, you have to make sure that no heritage is stepped on. Okay, there has to be a healthy mix of the both. And if you're getting it again from our cultural groups, do ask permission that if it's possible. Okay? But very nice presentation. Looking forward for such a recipe book, basically.
If I may add also, can you hear me? All right. If I may add also, with regards to this, I think research is really very important there. There was one book that PwC produced about the cuisine of then 10 tribes of Davao, because there were 10 tribes during the time. So again, I have to be corrected with the word tribes because it should be cultural communities or ethno-linguistic groups. No? So I guess research will play a very important role here if you want to do a fusion or a contemporary interpretation of the traditional recipe. Okay, and then another one may be suggested by Sir Rob a while ago about the emerging pop culture of the city. You may want to explore subcultures. No, that's also quite interesting. In fact, there's one group. They are a music producing group in Davao. They call themselves Bangkarohan Bridge Jumpers, and they do a fusion of ethno music as well as modern music. And that's really quite interesting as well to explore. So here, when we do fusion, I think the bottom line there is research. And it's very important that you know the basics. Like, for example, when you do art or design, knowing the principles and elements of design, as discussed by Sir Rob a while ago, will really help us think in tweaking, eventually, the kind of what we call standards of the contemporary society. And if we have another way of doing it, then we can tweak it as long as we know by heart the basics of that particular practice.
Okay, I agree with the suggestion, no? So it was pointed out, no? So again, let's proceed with the next presenter. Okay, our next presenter is from BSBA, FT, and BSA.
So hello everyone, good afternoon. So can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
So I'm Christopher Angelo Andelino from BS Food Technology, and my co-presenters are Regenza Dayan from BSA and Nikki Amogis from BSBA. So as we all know, Davao City is home of different major cultural communities. That is why we thought of developing a pastel in a tub, but take note that we will not only be limiting the food to pastel, but also we will be developing foods that are also delicacies of cultural communities here in Mindanao. So for the designation of task, the BSBA will be the one in charge of the marketing of the product. We, the food technology, will be the one in charge of the formulation and the shelf life of the product, which is a vital or important role. And BSA will be the one in charge and will provide manual services. So we will be working hand in hand since we will be composed of 3 different major groups. So we thought of developing this product since it will preserve somehow the culture of uh, cultural communities of cultural communities here in Davao and somehow give local jobs or occupation to other people, especially to those people who belong to those certain tribes. So that is all for our product. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Sir Rob, any guidance?
Okay. Again, this has been done before. So what could you possibly add to make or to add value to it? Okay, I do like the idea that you're working with other majors in creating such products, especially the part wherein formulating the food so that it will last longer. But the BSBA can do more. They could do the market research so that you will know further who's your target market or how to develop your market. Okay, while the BSA could look into the financials on how to incorporate, or for example, how you could do the economic sharing with the particular ethno-linguistic group that you would want to work with. Okay, so it's a very novel product, but you have to add something more to make it more viable. Okay, I thought you're going to put it actually in Kawayan. Actually, you could use Kawayan as a possible container for this one. The question is, how long will it stay? That novel idea is, it also puts into the environment or ecology. So it will help sell the products more because you're adding value to it, not just presenting just food. There's more to it. Okay.
Hello.
Okay, thank you, Sir Rob.
This is Diane Grace Rehencio from BS Accountancy po. Kasama po kami ni Christopher.
Okay.
Actually, we have also a product to support this different types of businesses like the pastel they have.
Okay.
And also, we created a book called Himo, which in Bisaya, it is a Bisayan term, which that means create. So kami as BSA accountancy students, we will help the businesses that has no capability to handle business at all, especially our lumads. So we are targeting this urban poor wherein madali lang namin mapuntahan and that they can get our book that is a simplified version na kung saan po na madali nilang matutunan paano magsimula ng business. How can we formalize our business? Paano namin i-handle ang aming capital? So mga ganong things which is not all people, especially our lumads, know about, right? So yun po yung aming dito that's our contribution for this social entrepreneurs. So we have 4 objectives actually. Number 1 is to boost the economy of Davao or Mindanao as a whole. Number 2, we will help the social entrepreneurs on their finance because we are as financial advisors, kami po yung kanilang mapupuntahan in case na they will need our help, especially in finance and their decision making. Number 3, their market research. We will help the BSBA and BSFT and other courses also that have their products na mag-conduct ng kanilang market research wherein we would help them on their pricing strategies, on their products, and all that strategies that are needed to establish a business. And lastly, we also here not only as a service provider, but also we can help these businesses innovate their new products or products already in the market. So that's it. The tourism also, we could help them. The agricultural produce or products, we could also help them. So that's it po sa aming group.
Okay, thank you for sharing your business plan and marketing research. No, so thank you for mentioning that. Sir Rob, is there anything that you want to add?
Just ano lang, something that I learned along the way. Do remember, if you always offer a book, sometimes our lumads cannot read, so you have to consider that one. It's best to give them a more practical approach other than giving them a book. Sometimes a good workshop, the constant. I mean, I do like that you are really going to be there for them to assist them. So it's more of establishing a center for social entrepreneurship, which is actually a good thing. Actually, certain schools are actually doing that right now. Social entrepreneurship actually kind of replaces the concept of entrepreneurship and making it more collaborative and more community based.
If I may add, yeah, well, I agree, with Sir Rob, and yeah, also this kind of partnership is really quite impressive, also, because you can see here the synergy of the three programs. Like Food Tech is developing how do you call this? An indigenous product and extending its shelf life to make it more commercially viable, while the BSBA and the BSA group would be helping in establishing or starting up a business and at the same time sustaining the business model. One suggestion that I would like to make is maybe for BSBA and BSA along the way to also consider or study the kind of indigenous business practices our communities may basically share, and definitely I'm pretty sure we can learn a lot from there. It's we have this notion now that what we have at the moment is really sophisticated, but we also have to pause a bit and let's rediscover our indigenous roots. They call that indigenous knowledge and system practices, because we can just learn a thing or two from how they make business. Just one concrete example. When Marawi, when the aftermath of the Marawi siege happened, and a lot of organizations are trying to help our Maranao brothers and sisters in Marawi. They were trying, they were trying to give them livelihood, whatsoever projects, things like that. But they never considered really that our Maranao brothers and sisters are by nature businessmen. They barter, they trade, and that's really a long history. So, instead of giving them products, why not strengthen their entrepreneurial skills? So that can be one. So these are things that we need to consider. And it's really interesting, of course, to know all of this. But, well, for this afternoon's workshop, it's really impressive that you were able to come up with that kind of perspective. And, well, personally, I'm really impressed with that. And I hope that, from here onwards, we will also be thinking and we'll be expanding our kind of thought process, that we will be able to learn from these indigenous knowledge systems and practices of our fellow brothers and sisters in our cultural or traditional communities. So thank you, BSBA, BSFT, and BSA, for sharing with us the synergy. That's really wonderful, and we're looking forward to that. That's exactly what is IME all about, that all programs here will be able to contribute and strengthen one another, one another, so that we will make things easier for all of us, because this is quite a short-term engagement, and we really would want to go into really what is practical, given the time element that that is afforded to us. Okay, thank you.
Okay, again, thank you BSBA, BFT, and BSA, Sir Taniedo and Sir Emmy. Okay, let's proceed to the last group, TVET.
Hello, everyone. So I will be representing the TVET program. So as you can see on the screen, we are representing the product face masks. Since this is a quick sketch, I will describe how it should look like. So in the first layer, It shows the giant lantern of Pampanga. It is inspired by that. So, sa madaling sasabihin, it is a parol. And then it has 3 layers. So the first layer is the design, which is the parol. It is made of neoprene and beads. Second layer, we have the filter. Third layer is another fabric, neoprene, for for so it would be comfortable to the ones who are wearing it. So um, as of now, nowadays, this is the new normal. So a face mask is a necessity or more of a essential on our daily lives. We chose to represent face mask because under TVET program, we have 3 programs: the travel management service and technology, we have hotel and restaurant technology, and we also have fashion and technology. So under travel management services and technology, we can provide service because we cannot provide service if we do not have face masks these days, because of course social distancing, the pandemic is much worse than we think. And then for HRT, they have their macro perspective subjects, so they know the cultures of different regions, so that is why we chose masks. Fashion and technology, they are the creators, the makers, and the designers of this mask. So we chose something that is common to us. Um, we thought and discussed our similarities to make and decide to choose this product. And then sa design, it is a parol. It is inspired by giant lanterns of Pampanga. It is held in mid-December in San Fernando City, Pampanga in the Philippines. It represents the Filipino Christmas symbol. And as all we know, December is fast approaching, and that is why we chose this design instead of indigenous patterns like in tribes, because as much as possible, we do not want to offend indigenous people living here in the Philippines. So that is why we are careful in choosing our design. Our mask represents the Filipino culture, which is colorful, craftful with love, and it aglows with the spirit of the season Christmas. That is all.
Thank you, Tivet. Sir Rob, you have any guidance?
Yeah, it's more of again adding value to what you are presenting. I think everybody's using mask right now. How about looking into the materials that you're going to use for your mask, the effectivity? Sometimes we overshot our aesthetics than the function. I mean, do watch out for that one. At the end of the day, the mask should serve as a protection from the current pandemic. To what I heard, it's going to be until 2024. Hopefully not. That's why mask would be a constant thing for us. However, we need to look into the materials being used. One of the masks that I was able to actually buy is made up of abaca, and it's far more superior than cloth, as they said, and it's more softer, and it has a natural antibacterial things that you could look into. But I appreciate that you actually took the what is happening right now and make something out of it in a very short time. I mean, very impressive also. I like the idea that you're doing it by the regions as opposed to we are just limiting Mindanao or to Davao City for that matter. I think coming up with the different regions becomes more inclusive. Now, don't be afraid also to experiment. What is important is that you research so that you'll not offend. But I think coming up with the parole, it's not offensive. It's what is common actually. Is it just when you try to be more specific on culture or heritage rather, that's the time that you really have to make sure that whatever you're presenting is acceptable from the heritage that you're picking it from, basically.
So like what Sir Rob mentioned, this is somehow folk art, and I think this really cuts across all regions in the Philippines from north to south. everyone is can be definitely relate to Parol, no? Yeah, that's an interesting inspiration. But then I agree again with Sir Rob that more than just the aesthetics, we have to look into the function also, especially that mask is really timely. Yeah, I agree. It will be until 2024 that all of us will be wearing this one. In fact, towards the end of this month, in celebration of National Indigenous Peoples Month, we will be having a webinar on mask. So we have invited speakers to share with us about the effectivity of choosing the right kind of mask for us. But also at the same time, we're proposing what we call Davao People's Mask. It's reusable, washable kind of mask, because we're also kind of like concerned of the environment. There's too much disposable masks being used now, so we also would like to consider how about using reusable, washable masks. But then again, the extent of its function are the main key points of consideration. So yeah, thank you, Tivette, for coming up with this wonderful idea. And we're also looking forward to having this idea implemented also at the nearest future.
Thank you po.
Okay, I'm actually impressed, no? This was a very enriching exchange. Agree ba kayo?
Yes.
Oh, yes, no? Okay, thank you for all of your presentations and the guidance from our speakers and experts, no? So we all know that foundation must be clear and stable. And to achieve that, it means there is rendered work and cultivation on our part. To take the initial step, of course, all the information that we have received today should all be sinking in, no? It has to sink in for clarity. So I compared this to the water from the shore. For us to see the clear water and the things from the bottom, we need to wait for the dust and the particles of the sand to settle down at the bottom. The process we did this afternoon, from taking the information like learning about the foundation, about the elements and principles, the difference between art and design, about appropriation and innovation. Then we formulate questions from these concepts to make sense and connect them to what we already know and understand, no, or understood. Then we apply this and experiment so as to build new memory, growth, and challenge. All these outputs, no, today that we have shared this afternoon, like the storybooks, going digital, the fashion shawl, the accessories, the cookbook, food formulation, the pastille, the parol, no? All of these creative contributions are essential for our creative growth. Again, the foundations of art and design are also our very foundation as an artist and designers, no? As human beings, no? Because the elements and the principles are like the body and like the body and soul of art, no? So it is also present in us. It is built in our being. So we are practically builders, no? We are the creators. There are no limitations of what we can do. To be innovative and creative, that very foundation must be strong and stable. It came from that resolute and firm cultivation of creative growth and respect, so as we can be the boundless creators and innovators. The product of our appreciation, like what we did today, to the existing art forms and creatives, are our participation, collaboration, partnership, our questions, discomfort, brilliant ideas, acceptance of the process. Again, guys, keep walking and cultivating, no? Cultivating this, no? Congrats, everyone. Congrats, students, no? All the programs, no? And thank you for your cooperation. Okay, so we now proceed to the awarding, the certification of participation. So For the certificate of participation, your certificates will be forwarded after you have finished filling out the evaluation form. The link to the evaluation form is on the chat box. No? All right, again, you need to finish filling out the evaluation form. Please take note of the link at the chat box. No? So once you're done with that, then you can receive your certificates. No? All right. Okay. So as we end, no. So we all know that everything that begins has to end. Okay. So thank you again to our Chancellor and COO Professor Pijano, our Vice President for Finance Aida Fedi, our Vice President for Finance, our College Dean Jessie Manuta, Assistant Dean Diogracia Corpus, our PWC administrators, our program directors and program chairs, our speaker today, Mr. Wilfredo Dexter Taniedo, our faculty personnel and students, and to all the participants this afternoon. Hoping we have gained as much input as possible and inspired to be the creative and innovators as what the lecture has described. No? So as we leave this session, may I share with you the Chinese expression, jiayo, which means add fuel. Or we can say add fire or energy to keep us going in everything we do. Again, this is your MC, Mai Ongkiko, saying, Jiayo, everyone. To formally end, we will together sing the PWC hymn. Participation of everyone, and happy Indigenous Peoples Month to all. Bye.
Thank you, everyone.